Oh, oh, oh. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Hello. It is Friday. Hello, Tidarius. Hi, fuck this music. Ah. How you guys doing? Are you guys ready for moi? For moi? For moi? For moi? For the fantasy? The fantasy? Wait, how about I change the category? Final Fancy? Yes. You are fancy. Fanta? 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 Hello, boredom Amanda. Hello, Amanda. Ah. Oh, I'm a rectangle. I'm a rectangle. Huge. I'm one of you, chat. One of you. What? Fuck. Stop! Stop changing size! Ah! Load game. We were frogs last time. I forgot. You're a frog. Also, I need to shut the fuck up. I end up upside down. Hold on, let me load this for a moment. I need a screenshot. Wait, this is not the wrong. This is the wrong save. Oh, never mind. I don't think I have a good save. Oh, you are frog. Oh. What? Boogie? Boogie, the fuck you doing? You're not talking to anybody. Get out. I think I was confused about how to change us back from frog to normal. That's why we are here. let me send out a notification real quick. Real quick. This is old school. How far did you get? This is where I got. We started yesterday. Microsoft finally admits almost all of major Windows 11 core features are broken. There you go. Final. Final? What final? Cool thing. What the fuck am I saying, guys? Help me. I forgot to post a link to my channel with the post. Na. You're really Borken. Borken. I am Borken. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. Boże. Za co? To jest prosto? To jest prosto? Nie wiem, co jest prosto. A prosto. A gdzie z tą żabem? Ale nie wiem, jak się odżabić. Już to mamy problem! Już to mamy problem. Muszę się tą grę, bo zaczynam drzeć mord. Już to mamy problem! Nie wiem, jak przestać być żabą. Pam. O. Czekać? Czekać, żaby! Nie! O Boże. Jesteśmy żabą. Chris! Chris? Może można tego używać myszką. Czy myszką? Myszką. Mamy problem! Wymienić się? Ona się wymienić zaklęciem? Mamy problem! Nie mogę być odżabić. Boże. Ile co? To nie za... O nie. To potrzebny mi jest eliksir. O nie. A to mamy problem. O, co to było? Oh, it's over. What the fuck was that? My voice just decided to fuck off. Yeah, woo. What? Oh my god. I don't know how to stop being frog. The menu sounds wrong. Are you unborking? No, never. You can never unbork me. I wish. I don't know how to stop being frog. Frog Grzegorz. He's maiden kid. Ah. Alright. Where the fuck is it? I only have two! I only have two! Well, we're gonna unfrog the ones that actually do attack. I did! I don't have Asuna! It's my first time being here, so maybe I can learn something about your channel. I'm sorry, this is your first stream and I'm being crazy. I cannot cast Toad again. They only have four charges. Frog cannot attack with magic. Fuck. We are problem. No. This is normal. Hold on. We must fix this. We shall fix this. Now that I know things about life. Do you not have a worm? You don't have frog yet? No, I have toad. I'm curious though. If I teach Toad to a different character, will they have more charges? Eve, tell me. Nope. Still free. Wait, 3? 4? Fuck, I cannot read. Frog! No, that's the fish. What am I saying? I'm a fish! Whoa! Bonk. Look at the fish! Froga are fish? No! Oh wait, there's no freaking shops here. Chocobo, help me. Help me. Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow. Wow. Glitter! Problem. I need to heal. Get the fuck up. We will fix this. I promise. Oh, I hydrate. I will. I did not refill my glass before I started, so I might have to run real quick. Hold on. 120! Fuck! Okay, hold on. I'm gonna throw ads real quick so that you don't have to see them later. And I will go get some water because I'm stupid and I forgot.
Incoming!
Hello, everyone.
What? Oh no! Oh no, did you get raided? Bean! Thank you for the raid! No, thank you. I hope you had a good stream. Hi, Billiam. Hi, Drawing Living Poem. Sorry, I just left to refill my glass. Oh god. How you guys doing? How's your day? Jesus. I have the great timing. God damn it. Junk Monkey, thank you for the follow. Question, what type of games do you play on the channel? Anything old. So, be it Final Fantasy, Metal Gear, Tomb Raider. What else have I played? I've played Phantasmagoria. Yeah, anything retro. See, the point of my channel is that I saw you half asleep there. It's okay. You can rest. So see, the point of my channel is I have my super duper list that I made many years ago. It's a list of games that I wanted to play at some point, and I figured, you know what? Let's do it with during streaming, and this is where I am. I am getting over all the games that I have missed out as a child, for any reason, and now I'm playing them on stream. So yeah. Also, the next game that I'll be playing is, hold on, let me take a look real quick. Oh my goodness, my list has reset. The next one is, well, technically, oh yeah, next one is Metal Gear 2. Then we have Final Fantasy 4, Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. We also play, I also want to play some sillier games like freaking Mario is Missing or Zelda: The Wand of Gamelon. But generally anything from like 1985 upwards. Having a lot of fun with all of these things. And sometimes I will also play, you know, something fresh, but why one of Galamanelon and no Fist of Evil? That's two! I didn't feel like it was worth it to mention both of them. Come, Chibi? Chocobo, help me. No people know Face of Evil. I don't know! Okay, it's time to go turn ourselves into a frog. Each one of us will be a frog. Oh shit. Stop touching my healers. They're scared. They are squishy. They do not like being touched. Maybe I'll use a potion. No. Ah, shoot. Last week we played... Was last week? Guess it was last week? We played, the original Prince of Persia. And that was something. That was something else. Oh, how did you know I was shrimping? God damn it. I will hydrate, thank you. Hi Basil, how are you doing? Yes, it was something else indeed. Oh god. Yeah, I've made mistakes. I've made mistakes. I'm looking forward to the next one. When is Prince of Persia 2? Okay, Metal Gear 2. What? You are almost right. Oh my goodness, 98%. That's one of the highest scores. I don't think I've ever seen 99. I'm not a light gamer. Shit's been rough, but things are evening out, and I'll be back on to my ways soon. I hope so. I wish you're getting back to the ways as soon as possible. Oh no! What do you mean ads? Jesus Christ! I just turned them off. I mean, they just ended, and they're back again. God damn it, Twitch. Okay, that was seems cool playing games from the past years that had been forgotten and lost in time. Yeah, exactly. Because there's a lot of, you know, all of the newer games, other people play them all of the time. So I'm like, you know what? It's okay. I want to check other stuff, you know. Oh, I would like to tell you how it started, but let me think about it. Eve, why can't you use Toad? Where the gone? I see. You've been all frogged. Welcome back, Basil! But yeah, I think my obsession with all of this stuff started when, oh Jesus Christ. I got myself, the Elder Scrolls Anthology, and I was like, oh, Skyrim was cool. What about the other games? And then I wanted, you know, and then I got the anthology, and I was like, heck, Arena? And that's so old, and, you know, and I tried that, it was scary, it was difficult, and then I somehow decided, you know what, how about all of the other game series I like? What about all the previous entries? So, stuff like Tomb Raider, or Mario, or, well, anything basically. It was like, heck, all of these games that I know my friends have some kind of knowledge about, and I have nothing because I As a kid, I would usually play very obscure games. So I had a bootleg of the original NES. So I had like, so I played Super Mario Bros. And some other stuff like Contra, but that's it. Gaming been on the deadline of quality since 2010. I don't know. It's like I don't know. I don't know anything about games. I don't know anything about modern games, I should say. And also, I really liked Final Fantasy XIV, and I was like, heck, this game takes a lot of its, you know, enemies and storylines, and just, you know, basically, you know, the whole lore borrows from the previous entries, and I was like very curious about the previous ones. So here I am, I'm playing all the previous ones. So I want to play all the Final Fantasy games as well. This is the third one. I will play through the main series for sure. I don't know about the side ones because there's a ton of them, like even like 20 mobile games or something, so we will see. We will see. Time will tell. F4, 5 and 6 are great. Ooh. Nice, because we're getting to them soon. You're gonna play one of the wizardry? I do have wizardry on my list. I don't know what priority it is though. I'd say that's unfair, but I can see where the idea would come from. What's unfair? I'm not sure if I've lost the freaking context. I haven't finished a single Final Fantasy game, even though I have owned quite a few of them. That's fair. I mean, you don't have to finish any game. Doesn't think game. Ah, I see. Okay. Anyway, welcome to the Tower of Owen. I hope you like it here, for it shall be your final resting place. This place looks familiar. I want to check wizardry now. God damn it. God damn it, Buddha. But what am I doing? I've named something. What the fuck? Why are we typing stuff? Oh, I've been pressing the wrong button. It explains. You can watch. I'm not watching. Why is my list against me? It doesn't want to look things up. Fuck. Oh my god. I need to load up my backup from Excel. Because the other one doesn't want to show me the thing. Wizardry. Oh, it's priority 1. Okay, the first one is from 1981. 82. 83. Yeah, they're pretty old. Oh, we will have to wait with those because they're already out of order at this point. Super Mario RPG. When did Eve get hit? I didn't notice. I'm glad that my healers, well, my mages can just can do a lot of damage with just their hands. Found Maiden's Kiss, now it's a bit too late. Guys, do I need to turn down the music? I'm not sure if it's how loud it is for you. I'm terrible at freaking figuring these things out. Use it an okay volume? Okay. Hello, Daniel!
Thank you.
Daniel! 5 months! What the frick? I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Because I don't know who is telling the truth. And I personally have it very low because this is kind of distracting. Wait, I remember. I'm an ancient. You're an ancient? Holy shit. Terrifying. What the fuck is that? Petit mage. It's an ancient. What the heck? What do you mean? A slender sword with a piercing tip. So... what? Not good? Don't tell me it's for a freaking red mage. Yes, it's for a red mage. Jesus! Stop giving me red mage stuff! Red mages have so many unique items. Is it because they're just not so good? Your souls shall wander these sodden halls forever! What are you doing? I remember now. There's a hidden switch on the 5th floor. It's on the 8th section of wall from the left. 5th floor. What's your dream foreman party? I don't know. Not this. This is... what floor is this? What floor is this? I don't know. Later. Oh, this is the 5th floor. What class are you bringing? These ones. Listen, I don't know. At this point, I didn't really see a huge selection. No, I like dragoons. I will take a dragoon, but I don't have them yet. Dude, what? From the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7! I've been lied to. I think it's because they're all-rounders, so they do everything, but not quite as strong. So I need some help here and there. Yeah. Dragon, it was the other two? I don't know. I would have to think. I would have to think. I'm not thinking. I would have to do it with a process of elimination, which I would have to see everything, and then I would like take out the ones that I'm the least interested. Oh, Onion Knight! Okay, guys, tell me. What even... or, no, it's not. What even is the Onion Knight? Why is it onion? I feel like I asked this question before, but I don't remember. How do you feel about fighting games? I don't mind them, but I rarely play them because I don't really have anyone to play with. So I usually prefer story-based games. A night made of onions. Fighting games got stories? You know what? That is true. I forgot about that because the last time I played a fighting game I didn't really know English very well. Onion Knight is from Dark Souls? What are you saying? Echo herbs. Bomb fragment. Deals fire damage. And stop yelling because my mother will come in and be like, Fighting games have ass stories. I say this as a FG. FG. G. G. Fighting games enthusiast? I'm stupid, sorry. I was like, is it is this a specific game? I was like, oh, Grand Blue Fantasy, and I'm like, wait, that's not even... What am I saying? Same letters, wrong order, not even the same. Cancel me. There's a character in Dark Souls who has white armor, is really round shaped, and the helmet looks like an onion. What the heck? I know, I already said that! The only fighting game I finished was Skullgirls. There was a bit of a story there. Oh, I tried that, but I never really got very far. I kind of lost interest. Oh no! How did this happen? I will hydrate. You have to hydrate my white mage. There you go. Do not give up. You'll be fine. Wait. This explains a lot. Heal yourself, Jesus. I sent you online over Discord. He does look like onion. What the heck? Why? I never got past Beowulf or whatever his name was in Skullgirls. Oh god. Echo. Echo. We need to... You know what? Fire. Everyone. Fuck it. Okay, that wasn't worth it. Stop attacking my white mage! Another fighting game that comes to mind is BlazBlue series. Great character designs, and I know there's a story, but I just never pay attention. I do own one because my friend really likes that one. But I think I only played like for an hour and then I forgot about it. I should go back to it. From what I know, it's a really good game. And the legendary Ragnar Bloodage. Salaman sword. Don't look into Blast lore. Don't look up what S means. I'm scared. Why'd you say that? Kill it. God damn it. Yeah, I think everyone has at least one fighting game in their library. I recommend from a fighting game enthusiast, where we played the tutorial of 3 fights and then put it. Yeah, it's like you need to be in a mood to play these, and otherwise, I'm like, I never remember. What is this? I, Medusa, will destroy this tower in the name of Zande! The continent will plummet from its place in the skies! Hee hee hee! You will not interfere! Now die! Oh my god, she only has a head! Thunder. I think Blizzard would be better. Why do we not have Protect? I require Protect. Pira. Pira. Ah. You will not interfere, adventurers stepping in. I've never deliberately done a combo. I just mashed buttons. Sorry, I'm the same. I'm the one person that mashes buttons. I'm sorry to every freaking gaming, for every fighting games enthusiast. Mortal Kombat have a storyline and awesome characters. Mortal Kombat. It's a classic, but yeah, I never played it. Poison. I don't think it will work, but I can try. Kill yourself. It worked! What? But it's not a normal poison. That's fake poison. I feel like I've been somewhat scammed. Jesus Christ! Don't stare at Shrek! He will not be petrified. Hell yeah! Shrek did his job. 300 damage. Mortal Kombat 9 is great for beginners. Annoying. You just killed a Medusa. You can start down Shrek. I know, right? Medusa tried to petrify him, but he was like, not today. Not today. I gotta check the reactor. Oh, this is the reactor. The flames lick and flare wildly, and an explosion looks imminent. No, don't go near it. I remember now. I'm one of the remaining ancients, the watchman of this tower. I was only supposed to awaken if something happened to the tower. But I was asleep for so long, my memories were scrambled when I woke up. I forgot my purpose. This doesn't look good. I think I know how to stabilize the flames, but I can only do it from inside the reactor. I have no choice. This tower is the only thing keeping the continent afloat. If it blows, we'll fall right out of the sky. This is farewell. Thanks for all your help. Dash, stop! You'll die! This is my destiny. Don't worry. Once I repair the furnace, that whirlpool should stop as well. Then you can search for the Dwarven Island. That's where you'll find the fire crystal. Once I'm in, I'll walk you outside. It's been a blast. Literally. Now then, here I go. Dash! Rest in fucking pieces, man! He became fireworks. What the fuck? Sorry, I just noticed something. Rest in ashes. Why is Shrek wearing like... Why is Shrek and Grzegorz wearing a very skimpy underwear? Oh god. You tell me! No, look at this! Pants are expensive in the fantasy world. Oh my god, we have to be Shrek now. It's because they're wearing little tunics. Fair. Hi, Ivory! Intimidation tactic. Oh god. Where was I? Dwarven Island, yes, but do I... Hold on. I need to check if I need to go back here and talk to the old people. Hi! How are you? Even here, look at them! What the heck? That's why I glamour all my hot pants in 14. Oh my god. What is that snake underneath? I want it. I want it. Cool guns! Listen! Yeah, whatever. Cool gun! Cool gun man! I've already been there! Never mind. This man has been useless. We're going to the Dwarven Island now. For some reason? Question mark? Because I have to go to that desert to fight a wizard, but I don't know how to actually do that. Oh my god, what is this fish? Removes poison. No. You can cure yourself. There said something about fire crystal. Yeah, but that wasn't mentioned before, so I'm surprised. They were like, yes, you have to go buy this this weird ass helper of the king and then save the giant tree dude, and now they're like, okay, go for a fire crystal. What? Where'd that come from? This game is all like, do 5 things at once. God damn it. It's just at Dwarven Island? That's every Final Fantasy game. Okay, you know what? You have a point. Ah! Mermaid! I was scared for a minute. Sus sprites. Just to be clear, I'm not joking. If you look at the concept art for the game, you will see that some of the cars are wearing just tunics and shoes while going bare-legged. It's a legit aesthetic that's derived from Western fantasy trends too. You know what? I mean, I'm not doubting you, but I never thought about it. Chocobo? Chocobo? Okay, tell me. Anybody! Anybody! Somebody! Anybody! What is this? Are you supposed to actually do something with these trees, or is this just to confuse me? Because this acts like I'm supposed to put something in here. But like, I can't. I don't get it. Dwarves! Tally-ho! Tally-ho! How could you let him get away? You gotta get that horn back from the thief! Hurry to the underground lake! What? What are you talking about? Our treasure's horns are delicately carved out of ice, but that conniving thief stole one! The scoundrel! The horrible villain Cusco took one of our horns of ice. He ran off to the subterranean lake. But words don't float. How are we supposed to get our treasures back? Lolly, no! The horn of ice was stolen! Lolly, ho! That horrible villain Cusco took one of... Yeah. This is... Oh, there are shops in here? There used to be a shimmering glass tower up in the northern mountains, but after the earthquake it disappeared. Now there's just a cave in its place. Do you know where the village of Giselle is? Well, I'll tell you, it's across the outer sea, far, far to the east. Oh, I know where it is. It's where the freaking salad for Chocobo is coming from. Comes from, oh my god, the fuck am I saying? What can I do for you? I don't think you can do anything for me, but thank you, actually. Sure. So with the chocobos, I think what you do is put chicken food in the tray, then you can ride one. But I can just click on, just get to, walk to one, and then I press the use button, the action button, and I can just do that. I'm confused. Hello? Hello? Is a carrot? Ah, okay. Well, I just wanted to know because I was confused. Nothing told me anything about it. I was like, am I missing something? I'm probably... Ooh. Do I buy a robe for my other mage? Probably should. Not this. My poor squishy mage! Yes! Finally not 12 defense! Whee! Oh, so that's what an invisible barrier looks like. Nothing told me anything about it. You expect words from a Nesgate? Well... Shall we dive under? Oh no! Why is everything about frogs? Everything wants me to be frog. Treasury. A boulder blocks the way. No! Look at that treasure! I need a Pokemon. Another ship! Oh god. You don't know Rock Smash? Oh Jesus. I can use one more toad now. We are frog. Oh, this is where they wanted me to go for about behind. Follow the thief. That makes sense. Once. But I don't know, this game is like you go somewhere and then you immediately start something. And I will hydrate, thank you. I feel like with the first game, you at least had an idea of what they wanted from you. They were like, okay, you have to collect the crystals. And you're like, ah, okay. And they're like, now you go search for this crystal. And you're like, okay, I have no idea where the fuck I'm going. But at least you like, I feel like you actually do follow some kind of road. Then in 2, it was similar. And over here it's like, I don't know, I just walk around, I'm confused. And I stumble upon people and they tell me to go check out a cave and I do that. Hi Sajini! How are you? Personally I'm okay. But I'm stupid. But I'm okay. I slept like half of the day after coming home. So I am good. You're also okay? Good. Glad. This is BG. I was about to say BG4. Oh my goodness, if only. Oh, art some more? Hell yeah. If only. Did you enjoy it? Did you have fun? Manticore! This one actually does look color-wise like the one from Final Fantasy XIV. God damn it. Stop attacking my healers. God damn it. I felt very strange because I want a specific Gale ending and talking with Gale can be so infuriating sometimes. Then I saved and quit. Fair. I fucked up the frog thing. Because I gave the spell to the wrong character. And then... Oh no, not the bombs. And then I have to exchange the spells with the white mage to use it. And then if I do that, then the second... Oh, wait. No, I'm stupid, never mind. I just realized something. I thought if I exchange the spell, then the charges run out, but I realized the toad spell is the second tier. That's why I don't have any charges. Never mind! Never mind, I just answered myself what the problem was. That's just how I work. 60, what the fuck? I hate bombs. In every single of these games. Golden needle. He uses wrath. Oh, Jesus. Not again. Cure Eve. Oh, fuck. Maybe you. Oh, okay. No, never mind. No, wait, she's still alive. Never mind. I was about to say, nah, don't bother. She's dead, but no, thankfully she's fine. Oh god. What? I don't want these. What does Zeus's wrath even do? Oh, lightning damage. I guess I might use this on the manticores to use them up. Ah, blizzard. Hell yeah! Gold needle. Do you guys like what's the word? Dungeon crawlers? Jesus Christ, I was about to say cave diggers. What's wrong with me? A sea devil. Do you guys like cave dwellers? What the fuck? Oh my god, it farted on me. No, stop it! Not only frogs, but what farts? What the fuck is this? I'm a big fan of children. What kind of crawlers? Like the old blobbers? Might and magic kind? Anything. Honestly. Tell me what the best one is. Yes, but not this kind. Yeah, I also... They have glasses on! Why do you add every single fucking status effect on these people? I hate this. Get rid of these. No! Shrek! Shrek has been frogged! We have problems. We have a problem. I have a specific weakness for Icewind Dale. Oh. Oh my god, my body, they're dead. Okay, I get you. Okay, that one, those ones are very good. Mini too? How the fuck am I supposed to heal these people now? Two dead froggers. Jesus. Mario, we have a problem. I don't have Asuna! Besides, my Asuna mage is fucking- my freaking white mage is dead. What do you want from me? I played Daggerfall as a dungeon crawler and learned until I learned about backlogs. I played Daggerfall, it's a game for sure. I used to play a lot of NetHack and Dungeon Crawl, Stone Soup. I don't know that actually. Ooh. Ooh. Oh god. Oh, you killed. I didn't! Chad, Eve is blaming me for everything again. escaping! Fuck it! Oh, Jesus Christ. What now? I hate my life. I have a mullet. So I can do this. Then she. Where's the maiden's kiss? Shrek is so tiny, look at his glasses! How long do you stream? You mean like how long the streams are, or when they start streaming in general? Because, I started in 2022 and in October, so it's been 3 years now. I killed Mini! Fuck! Which means it's from after the Lord Cthulhu. Cthulhu! Revives. Oh, fuck. How long the stream are? Oh, usually like 4 hours. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Sorry, I'm complaining a lot, but there's a big problem. Shrek is tiny! And I need him! He does the most damage! The problem. Playing a lot. Be quiet. Arg, stay back! Get away from the horn if you want to keep living! Unless she gets really stuck and plays the Lara game for 7.5 hours straight. Look at this guy, he loses a snake instead of underwear! He's weird! I was on YouTube and now I just saw the video title. Why? I'm in the Epstein file 11,000 times! What the fuck? Epstein, I can't read. Whatever the fuck. Oh! That's a wild video to find, honestly. Either what the fuck? Oh god, no. Don't fire Eve! Jesus. Eh. Wait. Wrong. Wrong! Was this the one I was supposed to be using? I don't remember. 90. Well, that's not too great. Hey! Oh my god. What do we... Bomb fragment, there you go. Do that and heal yourself, please. Ever play Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, actually I did play Yu-Gi-Oh a bunch. My goodness, how much health does this guy have? We are in trouble! Inflicts confusion, that probably doesn't work. Door! Oh my goodness, why so little damage? You need to put your heart into it. Oh my god, Shrek is almost dead, guys. Help. Okay, use this. And cure yourself. Sure, we need Shrek, but like... Oh well, goodbye, Shrek. Without a healer, it's even worse. KO! Rude. Thank God. Jesus. Should I get cooked or just a green bean? Green bean, just green bean. Obtained Horn of Ice. And how am I still controlling Shrek when he's dead? Oh. I love these sprites, they're so stupid. What the fuck is that? Hmm? Guys! Why is a plate following me? Mama, I'm scared. Oh no, get the fuck out. Oh! Why is a plate following me? What is this? Oh my god. Eve, stop being a piece of stone. Oh my god. You can still level up this type by this type. Yes, this type. Despite being a piece of stone. This doesn't even look like freaking Final Fantasy anymore with this miniaturized. Ah! No! Jesus. Die! How about we frog instead? I think... Yes, it's last level. Out of here. Get me out of here. What the fuck, no. Stop it! Oh my god. It won't let me live. Oh god. We're fucked, my dudes. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, thank god. I am tiny, I am frog. And all of the other things. And the plate is following me. What can get worse? Eh. Hello. It's our horn. You're the best. Now put it back where it belongs, please. No! Hang on, I'll take down the ward. Ahoy. Don't do it, the plate is following me. It's a bad idea, don't do it. You can get through now. Just leave the horn on the altar. It's a horn of ice. Is this where the horn of ice goes? Yep, just put it down. A dwarven horn carved out of unmeltable ice. Ha ha ha, you fools didn't even notice me hiding in your shadows! Now both horns are mine for the taking! I noticed you. You got a plate. Oh, what the fuck! With both horns of ice in my possession, I can extinguish any flame! The tunnel to the crystal poses no obstacle to me now! The power of fire crystal will belong to me, Gusko the Great! All is mine, all mine! I bet that Lowlife is headed for the mountains in the north. Please, you gotta get those horns back. What was his name? Gutsko. It's like Cusco, but with a G and T. I will hydrate. The party is well rested, but they're still not good. They're very fucked, I would even say. I need a mallet. I need Maiden's Kiss. That probably should be okay. That's so much money. Oh god! No! Goodbye, everybody. Musimy odkamienić kamieniarzy. Igiełko. Ach, igiełko. Dobra. Tyle. Ale teraz mamy problem. Teraz mamy problem. Nasze najgorsze strachy zostały spełnione. Uwielbiam tłumaczyć bardzo źle, bardzo źle. Jest piękny, super 10 na 10. Kucko ma oba rogi lodu. Co my zrobimy? Boże, co my zrobimy? To nie było Boże. O Boże, Gusko uciekł do dziury na północy i wziął ze sobą rogi. To jest źle, bardzo źle. A to już było. Było. Baw. Lali, lali, nie! Oba rogi zostały ukradzione. Rogi. Rogi, rogi. Oh, well. We're back. We're back Big bag, boys. Needs to be a polished blastoise gets more and more aggressive sounding. Why do we all sound angry? I thought that's how German sounds. Lally-ho! Lally-ho! It's your accent? What? What do you mean? Walden Cave. I don't know what's this about Polish Poles sounding angry either. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I'm curious though. Oh no! What the fuck? How do I walk on lava? Turtle. So I see how it is. So apparently, if your character is... I was about to say, if your character is stoned. If your character is stoned, they don't get their NP back. Fill me up. Fill me up. Sorry, we are back to sleep again. Sleep time too. Is it really? Does Eve have magic again? Yes. Okay. Jesus. Back attack! Why are turtles evil? I wanted my ads, but they keep giving me lame ones, like for Avatar and Xbox. I'm sorry. I say that even though you cannot hear me. Antarctic wind! Twitch ads are evil because you can't really control... well, not only that, but... like, you cannot fully turn them off. I think you can... keep the pre-rolls and then you won't have them playing mid. But she also doesn't care. What do you mean? Why can't I walk in lava? Sorry, I forgot what I was talking about. This surprised me too much. What the heck? Like, at least in the other... I'm just making shit up because people in hats can't hear. Fair. Oh god. At least in the other game you had, like, you needed some special shoes or something to walk on ice, on lava, and here you're just like, I guess I'm fine. I guess I don't need anything. This? What is a crocodile? Myrmecoleon. Oh no. Okay. My worst gripe with anything Final Fantasy is fucking status effects. I hate them with great passion. Like, they make sense, I understand. But Jesus Christ! I should have just used the other potion, oh well. A warm bath. I'm taking a sip in the forbidden juice. This is what Peak wishes it had. Stop attacking Eve! Okay. Not turned to stone yet. At least don't have eradicate? Oh Jesus. Oof. Freezing blade. Ooh. Cast blizzard. Cast. Oh, you can have magic with this. I didn't notice. Combat and systems NFF are consistently pretty bad. Yeah. Ah, why does the shower hurt? Can I throw sparkles at people? Yes! Would you want to see? Wow. Wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Yes? Okay, hold on. We have to get into a fight first. Eye potion! Woohoo! Oh god. What is this? Why is the marshmallow so angry? Why is it so angry? I don't think that's a balloon, guys. Here, you can cast Cure on Eve. Look. Whee! This is the boogers of my nose? Oh, Jesus. Red ones? Active time battle? What? I'm scared. What are you saying? Why are you saying such scary things to me? You'll see. Oh, why would you say that? I feel like, for whatever reason, the dungeons in this game aren't as complicated as in all the other ones. Not sure if that's the right word to use, but I feel like everything is somewhat more straightforward. You're cheating with a map. Ugh. Do you think I didn't cheat with a map with the other ones? Active time battle is this combat system, but with real-time pressure to perform actions quickly? No! That sounds terrible! It's one of the worst innovations these games came up with. Buddha, I played all of these games with a map on. Stop it! And you hate convenience. Can I take a sip of this water? Ah! The idea was that JRPG combat is monotonous, so let's make it more exciting. It's just scary. It's just scary, man. I'll do make it exciting. Time pressure! You're lucky she's playing this game in color. The issue is that ATV doesn't make anything less monotonous. It doesn't sound like it makes anything monotonous because, like, when you're playing this game, you're already fucking bored. You're trying to do this as fast as possible. I don't need another additional time pressure for this. Let me, heal a bit. Oops, not here. The best part is you don't get a different combat system until FF10. Ha ha ha! With the power of the fire crystal coursing through me, I'm unstoppable! Thing is, I can't tap into the true power of these flames so long as you goody-goodies stand in my way. Nothing personal, but this is where you meet your maker. Good attack with the formidable power of the fire crystal. Ah! Invents new and exciting ways to have bad combat. What is this? What is this? What is this creature? Whoa, 600. Everybody's so negative here. You take it too personally. Listen, if I really hated any of this, I wouldn't be playing. Listen, I am Polish, I must complain. It's in my blood. Everything inconvenient gets a complaint. Oh! How am I supposed to stay alive here? Appears to be poorly drawn Bonnie the dinosaur. Oh, Jesus. I wonder if you try FF12 with its MMO-ass combat. Oh, oof. Who knows? How am I supposed to attack this freaking dinosaur? I don't hate these games either. I would imply I feel a lot more about these games than I do, yeah. Oh god. Listen, I just like complaining. All of the games I've played, if you go through the VODs on my channel, I complain about every single game. And then I'm like, yep, it was a good time. Okay, I need to shut up. Fuck this game keeps playing, exactly. Can I shrink it? I don't think I can. We're too nice. Stop firing at everybody! I am confused. Something I'm doing wrong. Maybe I was just unlucky with getting 2 fire attacks in same turn, basically. Please do not use the fire breath. Oh, never mind. Never mind. And our only mage is dead. Never mind. More people are dead. I hate my life. Why? Why? Armor risen to ice. Why do I not get armor risen to fire? It will give me that afterwards one day. Eve's cooked land in her shoes. Got head on the spot. Then I open stream and first thing I see is Skeleton. Jesus. Rancid. Jesus Christ. Oh. Fuck. Don't die. Sorry, I almost choked on my own fucking saliva. Oh god. How about we do it this way? Why would you attack my healer? Fuck. Eh. Oh god. Truly a skill issue. If only I had skills. No! So can you enable classic music? Isn't this by default or is this mod or something? No, they added this by default now. What am I saying? So about a year ago there was an update to the game and now you can use the classic music. Because when this came out on Steam, it only had the remastered arrangement. And then they released the version on Switch, and that one had the classic music in. However, they didn't update the Steam version because they were like, fuck that. But for whatever reason, there was another update later on. Like, I think it was beginning of this year or something. Or maybe it was last year, I don't remember exactly, but they added it in, and now you don't need don't need to mod it anymore. So yay! I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Hold on. Before I play, tell me. Tell me, what have I missing? Was there anything you mentioned about this? It's not even showing me Final Fantasy. I read it yesterday. Thank you. Okay, this doesn't tell me anything. Good to know. No grinding! We die like men. You can just start curing yourself. Oh! Why would you do that first? No grinding. Play forehead to boss until the boss falls over. Oh god. No grinding. You have to be... what is the word? I don't remember words. Never mind. No! Please don't use fire! It hurts me! I just realized something, and I'll tell you in a moment. I just realized something. I'm not sure if this will help me. I think it will, but we will see. Time to put asbestos pants. Oh god. Stop fire! So, the thing... I forgot I can cure everybody at once! Oh, right, it's the fucking pieces, Eve. Sure, it like isn't that strong, but like, it kinda matters. Oh, Jesus. No! Eve is dead again! We need Eve! Yeah, not this time. Maybe I'm too low level, but I'm gonna try again. God damn it. Only 200? What the fuck, Eve? Do better. Please. 500. Well, that's better, but like still doesn't really do much. Stop with the fire! Okay, maybe I am too low level, but that's all. I think you might need to cast the first mass cure preemptively. I am the god! Me, the healer, will win with you. Why do I not have protect? All of these freaking passive spells were such a big thing in Final Fantasy II. Where are they now? Do I just not have them yet? Retired? I'm upset. Upset. Aizen! I don't actually know. It would be somewhere. Been eaten. By me. Really. I'm lying. Like I just feel like there's something I'm doing wrong. SMT? Shin Megami Tensei? I have not played any. They're on my list. Better be lying, because if you ate them and ask where they are, that's okay. Mama, mama. Megumi? Megumi me? No, no. No, not fire. Why would I use fire? Evil! Need to unpetrify you now. Does look like a good shaker. Pop, 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 pop. Hey, stop it. He is named after Grzegorz Brzęczyszczykowicz. Oh no! Okay. Fuck it. Bong bong bong. Ew! Goddammit, Grzegorz! Is there any other Polish jokes now outside Poland? I don't know. I'm inside, I don't know. Bow, 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 bow. Bobber? Yeah, Bobber. Bobber. Okay, one more level. So close. So close. Oh god, Blizzard. Oh god. I'm gonna start introducing myself as Grzegorz Mrzyszczykiewicz at work. Do it. Challenging you. Oh my god. I might have made a mistake. A horrible, horrible mistake. I was just trying to level Glitter up. I didn't want her to die. And I need her to leave. Learn. My friends are dead. Yeah. Dwarves, why do you not have magic? Explain. Where's your magic temple? Where's your magic temple that temples? The magic just diggy hole? God damn it. Sleep. Sleep, sleep. Sleep, sleep. RT is well rested. Well, I would like to be well rested too. But we keep dying. Yeah, Rosie, thank you for the follow. Being rested is the Final Fantasy. Just like those cave diggers games. Oh god. I don't want to listen to Flame. I fucking kidding me. They want me to buy this? I'm probably gonna get them anyway. From the frigging... what's it called? The treasury. But like... I need this shit anyway, so... it. Mama. Ooh. 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 I'm just gonna check something. There's one more village in here that I can visit, and I'm curious about it. How dare you fire me, you stupid fish? It's like the kind of moment where the lack of depth in the gameplay particularly hurts because you just don't feel like you can do anything about it. Yeah. And it's like, I would agree that I am underleveled if it wasn't for the fact that anything else in that dungeon wasn't really all that dangerous to me. Like, sure, it was tough, but like, it's usually that way. As you know, that you have to heal a little bit while you are going through it, but like... What the fuck? Why is he smiling like this? But usually you don't have to grind too much just for the boss, I feel. I might be wrong, but just kinda how I feel about it. The issue's idea of underleveled is that it suggests you have to grind, but that means you need to fight. And fighting is boring. Yeah, that's why I'm playing these remasters, because I know that in the originals you had to actually do that. You had to grind. Like, I watched before I played Final Fantasy 1 myself. I watched a long play video. There's a one on YouTube, I think, it's like in 2 parts. And dude is like, okay, I have skipped this part because I was grinding for like 4 hours. I'm like, oh, I see. I see how it is. Gazelle? Meh. Sheep. I tend this luck. Hey now, I told you not to go over there. There's such a handful, but that's the job, I suppose. Come back here, you will nuisance. You complain about me using a map when people grind to make things easier? What can I do for you? Do you have anything that protects? Displays HP and weaknesses. Oh, what? Give me that. Inflicts confusion. That usually doesn't fucking do anything. Deals damage and inflicts gradual petrification. Deals ice damage. Inflicts paralysis. Blizzaga. Trade. This probably doesn't work. All of these really cool effect spells did actually work, so I'm like, whatever. I'm not using this. Blizzaga. Break. Noise. Para. See, each one of us finds different ways to enjoy the game. There's no way to complain. There's no need to complain. Like, we both like them. I'm done, sir. Let me show you. No! The piano? Sure. Do you like my routine? Like, yes? Question mark? That chocobo can store up items in its tummy. Convenient, but so hygienic. What the fuck? Do they really? I'm scared. Why? How can I? Ooh. Personally, I wanted to finish FF6 because I was actually into the plot and liked the characters, but there was a specific point in the game where I dropped it because I didn't want to do another fight. Yeah, fair. Yeah, I mean, I understand. There's sometimes that there's those games that you really freaking like, but it's like, god damn it, why is it so painful? Why is it so difficult? And it doesn't mean that we hate the game either. Like, for me, the kind of game that I enjoyed but that just tired the fuck out of me was Borderlands. I played Borderlands 1 and, you know, the game kinda... It wants you to, not to grind, but like to you know, venture into all of the weirdest crevices and all of the shit. To just trying to find loot that maybe, for some reason, is rarer than something, because there's crates everywhere. And it's like, you do that. And it's so tiring every time you find you unlock another area, because like, oh my god, now I have to go all around this place and check for crates everywhere. And it's like, I just don't want to anymore. I like the story, but like, Jesus Christ. I don't have it in me to, like, I know it's just like completionist, like a perfectionist speaking, but like, god damn it. Borderlands don't have enough spoony bars. True. Oh my, how many years has it been since we've had visitors? Hardly anyone travels all the way out here. See, I do. Rates in what? You didn't listen to me, I'm not repeating. I'm joking. Then you... Let me tell you a secret. You know how chocobos love gizzle greens, right? Well, there's how to find the leader of the chocobo flock that lives... Leader of chocobo flock that lives in the chocobo forest. Put a bushel of gizzle greens by the tree in the middle of the woods. If you're lucky, you might get a glimpse of that big fella. Now they tell me about it. Okay, I was just impatient. I played Borderlands 1 with my father and had a good time because of that. Yeah, I feel like if you are playing with another person, that is different. But yeah, I was playing all of them by myself. I mean, I was playing that game by myself. I didn't play others. Because I thought insinuated I played others. I started to, and I played it for like an hour, and I was like, okay, no, I don't have it in me. Why can't I come in here? Hey! You can't just stripes all over my prize veggies! Damn it. Brains. Magic key? Magic key too? Okay, I need to find a chest in here. Somewhere. Where's the chest? Where is it? Tell me. Tell me where the chest is. I played Borderlands 2 a bit, also with my father, and he was really cute about it because he kept finding guns for me that he thought I'd like even when I stopped playing. Aww, that's sweet. And Borderlands, the pre-sequel? Alone, oh boy. Is it the pre-sequel or am I confusing it with something else? Prequel. Pre-sequel? What the fuck am I saying? What's a pre-sequel? What can I do for you? I have a magic key. Oh, I bought it. I didn't want to buy it. I thought it would... Opens... opens! It opens locked doors. Do I get over there? I see that there's a way in, but pre-sequel. Okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Okay, I need to shut up. Shut up! Magic key opens shit. What kind of locked shit? It's 1.5. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Somewhat, I guess. In a way. Where's the entrance? Chocobo, where's the entrance? Tell me. I don't get it. My main problem with PS was the writing, is specifically that it seems to think its writing is good enough to actually force the player to endure it. But writing is really bad, even for a Borderlands game. Oof. Let me in! I don't know how to get in. Sheep, tell me the secrets of the village. You can't just like move them up, can you? No. Let me in! There could be a way through the forest, technically. I don't see anything. Help. Help me! Do I get it later? feel like there's no point in coming back here later. This game, swear to God, it wants me to go crazy.
Hey, tell me, where's the secret entrance? Don't run away from me, child! Tell me. Ow, 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 ow.
They have expensive rooms in here. Subsequent games not only forgot this, but also go less funny. Oh, oof. Fuck it, I have to check Google. I don't know, I cannot find it. Is a whole chest. How do I get in?
What do you mean?
Why would I think to go this way? Okay, I was like, there is something broken here, but I didn't know you can go. Mama. Oh. Shuriken. What? You can be a... There's a ninja job? Wow. Anyway, get the fuck out of here. Mom, the chat is arguing about Final Fantasy on Borderlands again. Joking, by the way, don't take it seriously. Ah, I didn't mean to go back in! Let me eat the bread. Can I please have some bread? Okay. No, there's just this one thing in the lake over there, but I cannot get there yet. And there's things over here. I cannot get there yet either. Mama. I'm not complaining, I'm joking. Sorry, my way of joking is very dry and people be like, people always take it seriously. I'm like, I'm just saying things, don't worry about it. No, fish! So ninja thing, Neil? This game has job evolutions. Oh! That's how it goes. I thought you just unlock them and there's like 500. Where's the secret tunnel in the mountains? I'm making that up, by the way. I don't think there's a secret tunnel. But there's mountains. Damn it. Can I jump down and hurt myself? I prefer the OG NES games over this. Fair. Wow, wow. Let's go to the truck. Wait, that's not the Chocobo Forest. I'm stupid. Chocobo Forest and the other fucking side. On the other fucking side! So we ended up walking around anyway. I mean, we as in me, I don't know. Hop hop. When does retro end for you? $2000? Maybe a bit earlier. I'm not sure. FF1 and 2, I prefer the Origins remakes for the on the PS1. The NES ones are a bit archaic. Original FF3 is fine. Ah. Fire. Maybe I should check out the originals for the rest. I didn't really think about it, honestly. What was I doing? The SNES ones are best experience on the console? Fair enough, yeah. Especially around 98? Yeah, something like that. What did I want to do? I know what I wanted to do. I want to check the map to make sure I've collected everything. The Living Woods have an item, but I cannot do that yet. Woven Hollows, they won't let me in for those things either. Castle Angus. Can't go there either. Oh, okay. Bow, 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 bow. Guys, we're starting over. We're starting on emulator. Joking. Oh no, glitter! Grrr. Oops. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? I guess the point is that some of the NES games, they're like... I feel like they're not so fun for me to enjoy legitimately. Like, I feel like I need to at least save a bit. You could argue that this is not really legitimate either, but... It's when the Furby released in 98! I would recommend fun translation patches through FF4 and 6 translations a bit rough. And 5 of course. Yeah, that's true. Where is the freaking... There we go, never mind. Ah! I need to drink twice. Let me sleep. Let me sleep. It's good nostalgic, but it's just objectively not very good. Where magic opens lock the doors. Wait. Can I open the tower doors with these? I think that's probably not the case, but I want to check anyway. Ah! Fucking suck again. Yeah, usually fans are crazy enough about things that they will do their best to translate as closely to the original as possible. Maybe like, this is stupid, someone made their own freaking fanfic in this translation. I do not agree. Can I use the magic key? Oh, Bog! Phoenix down, light arrow, ice helm. Oh god, I bought one. Many such cases. Book of Fire? Book of Light. Fire Arrow. Book of Ice. Scholar Robe. Oh! Scholar! Wow, I don't... No, I... These are for the scholars, right? Yeah. Clothes worn by learned folk. Think a book be of fire is paper? I think... Wait. Defense, magic defense, evasion. Okay, so this doesn't rise attack. So I guess it should go to EU question mark? Maybe not. No, let's put it on the letter instead. Arrgh. Didn't mean to do this. Okay, are we done with everything in this place now? I mean, with... Yes? Yeah, there's 2 items, but I'm guessing you need the freaking... wait, hold on. Probably not. How do I find the items? No! No, 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 no. No. Fuck it, Google. Castle Argus items. Bomb fragment, Antarctic wind. Okay, I can do that later. Doesn't matter. We need a thief. Posture check.
Can you do that to me?
Wow, 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 wow. How do I get in this? Real question. Can I only get in here later? Oh, I need to find the fucking salamander, never mind. This is what I get. Eat. And here I was just running around thinking, maybe I've missed a spell somewhere, maybe something, no. Fuck you. That's what the game told me. There is a thing I can do though. And not really related to anything on the side. Not really related to anything that would help me with this fight, but just something fun I could do. Let's go to the chocobos! Yes, we need a blessing from the chocobo. We need to be... Chocobo is what I need to win this. A chocobo appeared! Look at this beast! Hello, what do you want? A store? I mean, a store, what the fuck am I saying? I guess you are just like a freaking chest. You can hold my shit? For later? I don't know why I would do that. But, cool. I guess. Yes, I needed the chocobo for the 2 meters. Yeah. What I see here is a big chicken dinner in the making. Oh. Item limits on the NES version? Fair. God damn it, I'm back here. I'll never make it out of here. I'll be here forever! Turtle. Ow. Mama. Ooh. Marshmallow found me, I'm scared. But hey, now they have 400 health. Some glitter, but glitter has a new robe, so maybe that's what that will be should go better. Question mark. God damn it! What is wrong with me? Also, I have that spell that shows the health points, so hopefully that helps. Ah! I remember ruining my enjoyment of a game by being good at it. I cannot relate, sadly. Oh, never mind. I was like, what? Can I not use this? I don't know, my enjoyment of the game usually comes from having fun with the story, with the gameplay. I don't really play for a challenge, to be honest. And not like I mind it, but like depends, I guess. Like I bet there will be something that could ruin my enjoyment, but like I'll have to play like a baby game or something. Formidable power of the fire crystal. Oh god, we're here again. And now, Libra. A 1,000! Vulnerable to ice, vulnerable to water. I wanted to know how much health it has! What? Did it tell me? Or was I not paying attention? Why am I stupid? The purple fuck? No, it's Libra. No, it just tells me what the vulnerability. It didn't tell me health! I've been lied to. What last one? Wars are not health points. Ah! Fuck you. Hell yeah! Shrek is level 33. Warriors of Light, I bestow upon you the power of light kindled within my flames. Ooh. Received a new title from the Fire Crystal. Ranger, Knight, Thief, and Scholar jobs now available. Ah. Knight. What the fuck is a ranger? Oh, you mean like archer? Look at the knight. Thief. Polar. Should we change the warrior to a knight? Not really sure what that changes, to be honest. Can a knight use magic? No. Okay, that doesn't really change anything. Stat growth per level? Not like I would know anything about it. I don't have a guide. Monk! Sorry, I like monk. Oh, you can have a staff as a... Are you winning? I won! I won! Wow, wow, wow! The end? No. Who are you? Waters of Light, you have to help us! What happened? Tokul, my beloved home, had nothing left to plunder, so they're putting it to the torch! Please, you have to save us! Man can change his weakness on a whim. However, a scholar should be able to see through his tricks. Beautiful sound effects. Why am I being attacked by ghosts? Ollie ho! Their horns are safe and sound! Wahoo! Wahoo! Here you can have the ski as thank you for retrieving our horns. There's more in Gizzle if you want them. I have... no. Our treasure is yours! Let me moonwalk you over to the vault, Bunny! Let me moonwalk you? Man just died there. I am a knight. Ottershroom. Gauntlets. Echo herbs. Polar robe. Polar hat. Knight armor. Phoenix down. Heroic shield. Gizzle greens. Phoenix down. Book of light. Book of ice. Book of fire. Gold needle. Killer bow. Elixir. I hope you'll make good use of our treasure. I will eat it. Thank you very much. The village of Giza is on the eastern edge of the continent. It's famous for its ship and the locksmith who lives there. Oh, right. Eating gold needles seems like a bad idea. Okay, fair. You brought back the horns of ice and most valuable treasures. I was about to say, I was about to read vulnerable treasures. Lally-ho!
The fuck out.
I want to sleep! Get out!
Magic.
You have to switch to a scholar. Don't worry. What you get for now.
For now.
Look at your head. Head? Look at your hair. Oh, but you cannot learn more spells, fuck. What do the books do? Real question. Can you use them to just use spells instead of like learning spells? Is that how it works? Aconite! Prevents petrification! No, that's some good stuff. See. A ball can land the killing blow. Shield prevents petrification, paralysis, and poison. Oh. Aconite. Use it, bro. Use it. Use the shield. Is accuracy better or attack better? Pretty sure. If this matters much in here. In this case. Wow, 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 wow. Let's turn Shrek into a ranger. Would he make more sense as a thief? I would like to turn Glitter into a ranger. Oof. Just hit them with the book. Right to the head. The knight is not very good with just one weapon. Oh! Wait, alchemy? What? Study? Guard? No cura. Arrow. Beating the fish with a book. Zoom. Study. Ah. Gives me health points. That's nice. No, I think specifically we cannot eat gold ones. How the fuck do I get in here now?
Eh.
Yeah, I guess these games are all about fuck around until you find out. How do you miss being stared at? What? Why am I being stared at? Wait! Oh, I forgot where I was supposed to go. I forgot about the guy that just died. that sounds so bad. I was referring to the previous fight. Oh. I don't know how I feel about it. And then Mika stared and it missed. How can you miss staring? Oh, that's what you said! Okay, I'm stupid, sorry. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe they didn't wear their glasses. Literally just looks so confused. Literally, oh, yes. Can't move. There they are! Seize them! Take that and that! Bring them along. Castle Hane is always in need of fresh servants. What the fuck? I am in the tree? You know how that these characters are all nominally all... Why? Trans rights! The traitor Hane has hidden King Argus's blade, the royal sword, somewhere. Hane managed to gain immense strength, but it changed him. Now he's consumed by an unquenchable thirst for power. I found a way out. An opening in the corner to my left. I won't live long enough to escape. But you might. Use this to shrink yourselves. Ugh! I have many already. Looks like a tight fit. Think you can squeeze through? No chance, maker. Master Hane was Argus's most trusted advisor until the earthquake. It's like he's been at the behest of some dark force ever since.
Maybe he was.
Oh. Cool. A magic pot that's just here randomly, sure. The warlock Hine carved this castle out of the elder tree and cursed it to roam the desert at his bidding. I'm Argus, ruler of the castle north of the desert. But I can hardly call myself a king when all my subjects are missing. Hine cursed my soldiers, you see, bending them to his will. Blast it all! He was once my most trusted advisor. Are you alright, your majesty? I will be fine. What matters is that you find Hine and defeat him. Can I give you a potion? Can I offer you a potion? Just trying time. I didn't get the... I have a mallet! Never mind. But I guess it's better to use mini instead.
You're tiny again.
Okay, everyone is miniaturized. Let's go! What the fuck? I wanted to talk to the prisoners. Let me talk to the prisoners. Won't let me. I guess it's just an artifact of its times. I mean, you know how these days now JRPGs would become one of the most popular genres of the female demographic. I guess so. They're like, yeah, this is all for all these nerds. And then the nerds were like, actually, we are female too. The nerds were like, we transitioned. What is this? What am I looking at? Pharaoh. That does not look like a pharaoh to me.
Alchemy. Book of Fire.
Why can't you use it? How does it work? Confused. Haha! Goodbye. No! Sort of gone. Bong, 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 bong. There's a fire. Book of Light. Does that maybe work? Oh no, that's the part of lightning. Never mind. Holy arrow! You know, I just... If you have to level up the jobs from level 1 every time you change, does that mean that you kinda have to grind them for some characters? Question mark. To like get the good stuff? I don't really know how this works. I'm just making sure up, by the way. Demon? How do you use these books? Because I don't understand. No! You're not supposed to bonk people with the books. That much is obvious. Phoenix down! Use them by the attack command normally, or you can use them with an item that has the same element or to enhance it. Oh! French. French. So if you use a Book of Light with that item that causes lightning damage. Ah! See. Shall we Shrek? Shall we Shrek to Ranger? Use some arrows? Shall we Shrek to Ranger? What the fuck am I saying? I kinda want to. Just to see how it goes. Also, from what I've seen, this game had limits. Like you had points. You had to spend every time you wanted to go in and out of a job. But I'm guessing this was removed for this version. Lamia! Are your booboli? Cannot stare either.
Kill.
$46? Why is my knight so pathetic? Let's try this one. This won't change anything, but weird. Oh. Royal sword, never mind. A legendary blade fit for a king. Just as I was complaining about it. Lemur! God damn it. God damn it. Bong bong. No. No, what am I saying? I want to say now. Now he's doing damage. Problem solved. Lemur. God damn it. It refers to a restless ghost. Oh! I'm glad the monkeys are named after ghosts. Good taste. Let's see. Okay, that's everything. Woohoo! I'm glad I can change. I can check the map at any point to make sure that I have not missed any chests. Ah! Fuck. Because I have missed a lot. Not a lot, but I missed like 1 or 2 in the previous game. because it was in the freaking Imperial ship, and you only order for a limited amount of time, so I didn't notice, and then it was too late. Anyway, Shrek, fun. That was fun, but go back. Monk is one of the go-to jobs. Who is this man? Why are you bones? Oh, I think you actually need to be scholars here. Something. It's Hind the Mage! This fountain of corruption, dark power is truly spectacular. You could never understand. With this power I can move forests, control armies. I can hold the world in the palm of my hand. All those who dare oppose me will be annihilated. You look familiar. Study the bitch. What a giant. I know, right? What the heck? Bonk, bonk, bonk. You cannot Blizzara me! That's evil. No weaknesses? What the fuck? I call it reflection in the water looks so weird with the rest of the graphics. I think in general the backgrounds are very unfitting. Like they are way more complex than the previous game. I think. I don't know, I'm not 100% sure, but like they look more complex and it's just like a bit too much even. Jewis's wrath. Why does he look like he's crying? Why is Shrek crying? What happened? Oh my god. Ah. Shit. So we should have 3. Three scholars, I mean. This is the same as a scholar. Change the weaknesses. Okay. Now we need to study. Although you know what? Oh, yeah. If I knew you would do that, I would use a better cure. Vulnerable to fire. Ooh. I don't think I have... I'm gonna shit. Remember? Remember how I said, oh, bomb fragment in the castle, I can go for that later. Lord of God. Eh? Lightning heals him. Kill me. I will hydrate, thank you. Kill me. I want to start this over. Why won't you kill me? Pira! I think it's time for me to eat once more. Good night. Good night, Ivory! Why do the scholars cry? Yes, I'm using... No, I'm not using the outer. I wanted to... Can I just... What does row mean? Kill me. Kill me faster. And to go back to the previous jobs. We are rowing. Whatever the fuck that means. Oh, going... Oh! Okay. This was something... This was a thing... I just realized something. Oh, I'm stupid. Guys, I'm stupid. I'm stupid! Kill me faster, I want to leave. No. This is such a pathetic fight. Why am I not dead? And this is supposed to be more difficult than that fucking salamander? You kidding me? It would be fun if they actually won, despite like not really doing anything. Jesus, finally. Yes. However, Eve goes back to Black Mage. Wreck. You can be a scholar, I guess. I guess? And then... Information, this is what I... I'm stupid, I forgot this was here. So that's why... I'm stupid, I'm so... Book of Fire, Book of Light. No, use Book of Light and Book of... We don't have any fire items. God damn it. Up, up, up. Swear to God. I'm about to lose my shit. No weaknesses.
Stop it.
So for now, you're just doing whatever the fuck, I'm guessing. Until he changes his weaknesses. I want to protect.
Ah, fire heals him. Stupid.
Oh god.
Thousand.
Okay, so the one mistake I did was actually having a freaking knight. I was like, oh, he's gonna be the meat shield, but like, this doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because he doesn't give a fuck about that. Oh. It was good enough to just having a black page with a good spell. The Arctic cold snap is about to hit. It's so cold right now. I'm looking at my window and as I started streaming, it was like clear and now I can see like the ice layer going from the bottom to the top very quickly. Jesus. You know, not really ice, but like the frost. There's a voice coming from the wall. Warriors, I thank you. Wait a minute, did the wall just speak? I am the Elder Tree of the Living Woods. Hein cast a powerful curse on me. Thanks to you, that curse is now broken. I am in your debt. Before I head back to my woods, I will return the humans locked within my walls to where their roots belong. I'm still waiting for Coldwear to arrive here. They want to take mine? Huzzah! Thank you! Why is King saying huzzah? Let us be off. The journey may not be smooth, but journeys seldom are.
Yes.
We are a wig. A flying wig. We have arrived, saplings. You may alight. Let's get down. I thought you were supposed to put them back. At long last, I am back where I belong. Thank you. You saved our woods. How heroic! Darkness threatens to envelop our world. You have been chosen by the light. What the fuck? To ensure balance is not upset. Sorry, I got an email and this surprised me. Take this with you. Use it to find your way when darkness blocks your path. Fang of wind. Ooh. Hein's atrocities wrought havoc. Havoc within my roots and trunk. I fear I must refuse visitors to these woods for at least a millennium while I heal. Warriors, you have my thanks. Now go and dispel the darkness of the world. You are our last hope. Obi-Wan Kenobi, you are my only hope. They kicked me out! Crystal sliver brimming with the power of wind. Mama. Oh. Should I go back to monk? To monkey. Wait. Oh yeah. Formation, you can be in the front. Equip your good stuff. No, fuck. I don't know why I keep doing these. Oh. I was like... Where am I? Boat at? Pow. Actually, let's go back to this village. And then to the castle. You saved the town, thank you. Wow. Is that all? Thank you. My husband is back safe and sound, thank you so much. Thanks to you, our citizens have returned safely from the castle Hein. They won't let me into the freaking fireplace. I want to touch it. Save the town, thank you. The folks who were captured by Han's men have returned. Thank you for rescuing them. Beyond the desert, far, far to the west, is a village full of eccentric... Yeah, already been there. Save us. You're forever in your debt. Oh, you're the people who defeated Hein. You're so cool. Okay, I don't know what I was expecting. I don't know. Maybe something cool. Am I cool? Are you cool? You can decide. Castle. I'm just gonna look up where the freaking items are. I'm too lazy. This castle is too annoying. Hidden item. I cannot tell if I am cold. Other people should say if I'm cold or not. Are you warm? I'll stop, I'm sorry. I think you're cool. Well, I'm looking at video. I'm looking at video, yes. I'm watching a video. It's like a minute long, so it's... Oh my god, I know where the fucking chests are. I can see them. Tell me where the items are. Guys, these people, they're using fucking red mage. Why would you do that? Attention! I have attention. No, I don't have attention. I think I'm cool. I'm cool.
The fuck? Doesn't tell me anything. And then tell me what the fucking hidden items are.
You like cheese? You can say Grzegorz Bręczyszczykiewicz. You like all the games? You do cute noises? I make noises all the time. Warriors of Light, thank you for saving the kingdom.
Hehe, I did.
Ads, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you're stuck with the ad zone.
Goodbye. Enjoy the ad zone while you can.
You're back? That was quick. Castle. Castle Hein? No, the other one. Castle Argus. Anyway, let's go around first, and then I will check this thing. I really feel like there's no point, you know? Hello! Greetings, brave warriors. You have restored peace to my kingdom. You know not the depth of my appreciation. Please accept this in return. It is the Wheel of Time, a device said to have been constructed by the ancients. It has been my family for generations. Take it to a man called Sid in Canaan. Sid! Oh, are you already acquainted? Then I will spare my explanation. Go to him now, warriors. Receive the Wheel of Time from here, Gargos! Deliver the Wheel of Time to Sid and Canaan post haste. Our continent is actually suspended in the air. Some people call it the floating continent. Wow. So creative. Some say the Wheel of Time is a perpetual motion machine. In battle, a knight will protect whoever is closest to death. Oh. A fourth cons on the right opens a hidden passage. Well, it's golden, I noticed. Thieves are masters of picking locks. They can unlock doors without needing a key. Nice. I'm also a thief. I don't even need a class thief to steal. In the game. For the record. Wait, not this way. Oh, hello. I'm researching elixirs. You've heard of elixirs, right? The legendary healing draft? Well, you come just at the right time. You came just at the right time. I finished brewing 2 of them. Here, take them with you. Yay! Someone here? No. How do you go up there? Wait, I know. Silly. I forgot there's a door here. Warriors of Light! Warriors of Light! Warriors of Light! Warriors of Light! Even Warlord of Light. Warlord of Light. Okay, they don't have anything to say.
Boring.
Time to go back to Sid. Sid! You old man. This makes me want to play Stardew. Play Stardew.
Play it.
Oh fuck. Oh, for the fuck's sake. Murder them quickly. Worst enemy. Hate them. Can I go fight Bahamut now? I'm joking, I don't think I can. Especially since Bahamut did like 1,000 damage to me. Sid! Where's your wife? Why is she still in bed? You and daughters are away, blah 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 blah. If only we had the Wheel of Time. How do you know about it? Well, funnily enough. The Wheel of Time! With this I can make you a new airship! Just a second, I'll take the Enterprise into the finest airship- make the Enterprise into the finest airship of all! Back in a jiffy! Woohoo! That's... how does he do that so quickly? Finished! When you're on the open ocean, press the confirm button to convert the ship into an airship. You can only make landing on the water, so be careful. Sorry, I couldn't remember how to get it to land on solid ground. He's too old to remember. I used to work for King Argus. With the Wheel of Time, I became famous as an expert airship craftsman. Cool. I converted. Bugbear. Why is the bug? Bug? What? Bear bug? Jesus. Wow. It still cannot go over mountains. Bro. What the fuck? But I want to go down there. I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. Ah! What the fuck? Why is it so big? Still a dot over here. I want to see what it is. What? The fuck is this? again. Is this that tower of ice or whatever the fuck? Part of me is like, you shouldn't come here. Your level is not high enough. But also,
I want to see what the fuck is that.
the music is so nice, what the heck? Oh, hello.
Old man.
Most of the world is underwater after that huge earthquake. I was on a boat at the time, luckily enough. I say that young lady as she was clinging to a piece of driftwood. We're the only survivors as far as I'm aware. What the fuck? Live sword! Sword that absorbs an enemy's HP. Ooh. Is that... But is that for like... Oh, whoa. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, is that for a red mage? Royal sword, you were nice for that one dungeon. Where am I? Who are you? Oh, what is this power I feel within you? Is it light? You must be the warriors who gifted with... What the fuck? I can't read. You must be the warriors who were gifted with the powers of the crystal. Oh, thank goodness you are here. I am Arya, priestess of the Temple of Water. What happened? The earth's power caused that great tremor and buried that crystal. The water crystal deep underground. Without the water crystal to protect them, the people were turned to stone and sent plummeting into the ocean's depths. Please take me to the Temple of Water. Our shard of the water crystal remains there. If I can return it to the crystal, that might break the curse. But you're injured. I'll be fine. What matters is the fate of the world. Please, I need to get to the Temple of Water. Okay. Thank you. Whee! There's a sealed door in the Cave of Tides. With the crystal shard, we should be able to enter. We completely... We forgot about the princess already. Or the princess. Okay, but what about these? I didn't even know that. That's somewhat where I'm supposed to go next. What? This freaking... What? Why is this just... Whatever. Just mountains. Sorry, I'm... That's not making any sense. Whee! Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, right. Forgot. I forgot him. I forgot. Forgotten. Temple of Water. Okay, how about this cave in the back? What is this? Cave of Tides. Where was I supposed to go first? Oh, I guess... Fuck knows. Both are good. Na date in warszawskie łazienki. Wait, is the shard in the... Okay, I'm stupid, I think. Did she say the shard wasn't a temple and I didn't read? We must return. Yeah, it's... This shrimp looks sick. I like the shrimp. Look at them. They're crazy. Oh my god. I will hydrate, thank you. Why can't I shrimp? They never let me. No, Shrek! I'm stretching. Can the temple maiden heal me? This is what I get. Also, where are like tents and all of that stuff you got in the previous games? What was that I wanted to check? I don't remember. I wanted to see some. I know. Oh, okay. Fire rod and ice rod. I was curious what he was using. What is this? A sippy thing. Doesn't make any sense. There's nothing to steal in the temple. Thank goodness, the light has not yet left this shard completely. Arya carefully took the crystal shard. Come, we must take this shard to the cavern north of here. Don't read. If I can shine this shard, the shard's light on the door, I should be able to break the seal. Seal? What the fuck is this? Poison toad. I already dislike this. No. No. Okay, it didn't poison me. Fuck you. This door is sealed to prevent outsiders from entering the inner sanctum. It can only be opened by a priestess of the water temple. Arrhenius and murmurs a prayer. Wow. The seal on the door disappeared. It's dissipated. Or something, I don't know. Shall we proceed? You are the chosen ones. I can tell by the warm aura I can feel in your hearts. It's comforting and strong. There is not much light left in the shard, but it should provide the crystal with enough power to bring our wallet back from the bottom of the sea. From the sea. How does that make any sense? Where did all that water come from? It's not like the ground just goes down and then the water comes up. Oh my god, cocatrice. Cocat rice. The night is strong. Noise. Rocket is becoming soft. Oh, there's nothing in here. Okay, I was like waiting for some chest or something. Oh, can't just funny. Ah, can't just funny layout. God. Ah. Oh no. Like, what's happening to you? You were so good. And now... Now I'm asking myself, what went wrong? Uh-oh. I made a mistake. I made a big mistake. Items, yes. Where is the golden key? Thunder! I'm wondering if I should change the class. I mean the job. For Shrek. Or if he can still find something he could be good at. Because right now it's not looking so good. Let's bring him back to Ranger for now. Let's see if that changes anything. Oh my god. So you're telling me this was locked from the outsiders so that they do not get in here for whatever reason. And you, as a priestess, are supposed to deal with the monsters? Question mark? As if they're not enough of a protection? Maybe not fully, but like... Oh, what the fuck is this? Fire! Burn it! Uh-oh, that was enough. Burn it!
Thank you.
What? Anonymous? Thank you for the gifted sum. Wow.
Der crystal.
Crystal of water, may you regain your light. I returns the faintly gleaming shards to the crystal. Wow, who the fuck is that? Watch out! Oh fuck. Arya! Glitter! Arya, no! You do not lack for luck, it seems. That cursed arrow was meant for you. I am the Kraken, tasked by Master Xander himself, to ensure that this crystal never regains its former light. Yay, my second monthly. Fucking Xander. Fuck, from the crystal tower. You will not leave here alive. The monster attacked. Oh, what to see. What is this? A single arrow for 4 adventurers. Storage. Listen, you're looking too much into it. Whoa. Oh. How dare you? Oh fuck. No! And here I was like, this is weird. Why can't I just come to this crystal like nothing? Why am I not being chased by anything? Why am I not in a danger? But never mind, I was in danger. Grrr! Wasn't the knight supposed to, like, protect the person with the lowest freaking health? What is he doing? Oh, you have to press guard. I see. Well, never mind. Do you like Chinese zodiac? I don't know. I'm, like, not very familiar with it. Like, I don't really care about Zodiac in general, to be honest. Fuck! I'm from the year of the rabbit. Hey. You're a bunny. Bunny. She absolutely refuses Phoenix zones. I used one before. I do not want to waste them. Knight. And this again. Yes, yes, I know. Leah reached a stream, and the first thing I asked the streamer is who she was and why I was subscribed to her. What the fuck? How did that happen? Should have done it? I was confused. Ah, okay. I guess that makes more sense. Oh, barrage is for like multiple enemies. I'm stupid. Thunder! Oh, thunder is good for him. Oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Cure him quickly. What the hell? No! I can tell that it's getting freaking cold. My feet are like really unhappy right now. Jesus Christ! Vulnerable to lightning, okay, yeah. Well, I kind of figured that out of myself, but sure. So I guess it would be nice to have a scholar, but the thing about the scholar is that you cannot have all books equipped at once. Zeus wrath. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh god. How much more? No! Jesus. I was like, oh no, he's dead. Yeah! Oh. Eve's job increased to 40. My god, look at this. That's such a cute freaking sprite. And then there's... This drinking game? Take a shot every time you... No, I will not... won't say it. I'm not even saying Jesus, I'm saying Jesus. Oh yeah. Light has returned to the crystal. My purpose is fulfilled. Thank you for everything. Arya, stay with us. This title is yours. It is imbued with the power of water. Received a title from Arya that holds the power of water. Dragoon! Viking? Geomancer? Evoker? Bard? Okay. That's a lot of freaking jobs at once. I have no idea what half of these are. I like the oddity with the water. Oh, you're hanging there. It is my time. You must continue your journey without me. The world needs light to dispel the darkness. Do this for me. Bring back peace. Arya! Farewell. No, Arya! Well, crash and fucking pieces. Another earthquake! It's dangerous to stay here! What fuck? You can't just leave Arya! Watch out! Ah! It's funny you mentioned that because we were complaining earlier about how the water is a bit too realistic compared to the rest of the pixel art. Oh, you're finally awake. 3 days is a long time to sleep. You don't say. Where are we? This is Amur, the town of water. My grandpa found you all collapsed in the ruins of the temple. We've been out for 3 days. Whee! Show me the jobs. Ooh, what the fuck? He looks like he's going to bed. A Viking?
This is the freaking...
I was about to say gnome.
This is the dwarf.
A bard, an evoker, dark knight, black belt. Rick, finally a job for you. Dark knight. What is a geomancer? Viking is... okay, so he just uses axes. Bard. Evoker. Geomancer. I do not know what the fuck these are. I want a dragoon! And I want everything. You have 2 shields. Okay. Oh my god. Sorry for imposing on your hospitality, miss. Thanks for everything. Don't thank me, thank Grandpa. $200. What can I do for you? I don't know, man. Good to see you up and about. All's well that ends well, eh? Cash. I think I'm gonna be wrapping up here because this has opened up a lot of the world and I don't have the brain to walk around and try to figure out what the heck is where. So I understand that why boomers use dots instead of commas and punctuation. What the fuck? I'll be back with this on... maybe on Wednesday, because I won't be able to do an art stream on Wednesday. I have an appointment at 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Yes. I have an appointment at 1 p.m. so I won't be able to stream in the morning. Like around noon. I would this week and last week. So I might play the game instead in the evening, and then we will see. But yeah, and tomorrow we are playing Among Us with Eve for her in celebration of her reaching 500 subscribers on YouTube. And then we are playing Are We There Yet with Sajini on Monday. Yay! So I guess I'll be back on Wednesday with this. And then Thursday I will either do more game or I will do the art stream in the morning instead of the Wednesday one. I don't know, we will see. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out today. It was so fun. I know this was a surprise stream. I wasn't really I wasn't planning to make one, but I didn't do anything else today. I was just too tired, and I figured, you know what, I might at least play a game on stream if this day is not supposed to be productive anyway. So yeah, that's what happened. And well, let me see if there's anyone I could raid. For the stream, haunted android. We can raid Higa. Higa's playing Sonic Origins. So more retro games. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, Dave is playing Resident Evil 5. Chris, do you wanna see? Do you wanna go there? Do we wanna go? I think he has some mods on. The title is very normal and regular stream, no mods here. Very suspicious. Well, let's see what the fuck he's doing. And then I will probably sleep. I'm curious whatever the fuck is happening over there. Oh yeah. Goodbye everybody! We will be raiding Dave, say hi, and I will see you tomorrow actually. Hopefully. Anyway, good night!